Welcome, sleepy travelers. Tonight we journey through the desert world of Arrakis, where the spice melange flows and ancient tales await. Join us as we explore the wonders of Dune and let these stories carry you gently towards sleep. After our story ends, you'll hear the peaceful sounds of crackling fire to help you drift into deep sleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just continuous, calming sounds to accompany your rest. Now, let's begin our journey across the sands of Dune. Imagine yourself now, drifting into the consciousness of a young Fremen acolyte, your footsteps leaving gentle impressions upon dunes that glow with an ember-like warmth beneath the surface. Above you stretches a vast violet sky, where stars hang like suspended water droplets, precious and gleaming. The desert speaks to you in whispers as your bare feet sink into sands that shift not with hollow emptiness, but with the weight of time itself. Here, in this liminal space between waking and dreaming, the veil between present and future grows thin, translucent as a Fremkit filter. You have come seeking visions, and the sands of Arrakis are ready to answer. As you walk, notice how each grain of sand beneath your feet pulses with a gentle inner light, casting a soft amber glow that illuminates your path forward. The dunes stretch endlessly in all directions, not barren as they might appear to an off-worlder's untrained eye, but alive with secrets and memories yet to be born. Each step you take resonates through the sand, creating ripples that echo outward into eternity. The air around you feels different here, thicker somehow, as though saturated with possibilities. You breathe deeply, feeling the desert enter your lungs, filling you with awareness that extends beyond the confines of your physical form. Your consciousness expands, reaching outward across the vastness of the desert and inward to the depths of your being simultaneously. Listen now as the dunes begin to sing, a low humming vibration that rises from deep within the planet. It starts as a barely perceptible tremor beneath your feet, then grows into a melodic hum that resonates in perfect harmony with your heartbeat. The song speaks of ancient wisdom and futures not yet written, a timeless chorus that has echoed across Arrakis since the first sandworm carved its path through the deep desert. The humming grows stronger as you crest a particularly tall dune. From this vantage point, you can see farther than should be possible. The horizon bends and shifts, revealing glimpses of times yet to come. In the distance, you see the glimmer of what might be a city, its spires reaching toward the violet sky. But even as you watch, the winds shift, and the city crumbles, returning to the sand from which it rose. Nothing is permanent here. Everything flows in cycles of creation and dissolution. The wind picks up now, swirling grains of sand around you in a gentle dance. Unlike the Coriolis storms that ravaged the surface of Arrakis, this dust storm carries no danger, only revelation. As the sand particles catch the light, they form shapes and patterns in the air before you, moving images that tell stories of what might come to pass. In one swirling pattern, you see vast oceans covering what was once desert, water flowing freely where now there is only sand. The vision shifts and the oceans recede, leaving behind new deserts dotted with strange, twisted vegetation. Time accelerates and you witness the birth and death of ecosystems, the transformation of an entire world playing out before your eyes in mere moments. The dust settles momentarily, then rises again in a new configuration. This time, a shadow forms within the swirling grains, a human silhouette walking backward through the time stream. Though the features are indistinct, something about the figure's bearings suggests nobility and purpose. This must be Paul Atreides, the Lisan al-Gaib, the voice from the outer world who changed the destiny of Arrakis forever. His shadow moves contrary to all natural law, stepping backward through time, even as his influence reaches forward through generations. The humming of the dunes changes pitch, growing deeper, more resonant. The sand beneath your feet shifts, forming a perfect circle around you. From this circle, spiral patterns emerge, etching themselves into the desert floor. Following the spirals with your eyes, you notice they extend outward in all directions, eventually transforming into a pattern of footprints that ascend toward the stars. These are the footsteps of Leto II, the God Emperor, whose golden path stretches across millennia. Time feels fluid here, expanding and contracting like the breath of a sleeping giant. The violet sky above never brightens into day, yet neither does it deepen into true night. Instead, it remains in perpetual twilight, a liminal space where past, present, and future coexist. Despite the absence of the sun, you feel a warmth emanating from the sand itself, as though the very act of prophecy generates heat, a byproduct of peering through the veils of time. As you continue walking, the terrain begins to change. The dunes give way to a flat expanse of hard-packed sand, cracked and patterned like ancient pottery. Each crack in the surface glows with the same amber light that illuminated your path earlier, forming an intricate network of luminous lines stretching to the horizon. This is the desert's memory, a record of all that has been and all that might be, written in a language older than words. You kneel to examine these glowing patterns more closely. As your fingers trace the illuminated cracks, visions flash through your mind, fragments of possible futures too numerous and varied to fully comprehend. You see cities rising and falling, bloodshed and peace, abundance and scarcity, all flowing together in a kaleidoscope of potentiality. The immensity of it leaves you breathless, trembling with the weight of knowing. A question forms in your mind. Is foreseeing the future truly a gift, or is it a burden too heavy for any single consciousness to bear? The desert offers no simple answer, only more patterns, more possibilities. You understand now why those blessed or perhaps cursed with the gift of prescience often speak in riddles and metaphors. How could one possibly capture the infinite branching pathways of time in mere words? Rising to your feet, you notice a figure standing at the edge of your vision, a silhouette backlit by the glow of the cracked earth. The figure shifts and changes as you watch, sometimes appearing tall and regal like Paul Atreides, other times curved and strange like his son, Leto II, in his transformation. The figure raises a hand in greeting, or perhaps in warning. "Seeker," the figure speaks, its voice neither wholly human nor entirely other. You walk the edge of the golden path. "Who are you?" you ask, your voice carrying oddly in the still air. The figure changes again, features flowing like sand in an hourglass. "I am what was and what will be. I am the guide and the warning. I am the one who saw too much and not enough." "What am I seeing?" you ask. "Possibilities," the figure replies. "Threads of time woven into patterns. Some will come to pass. Others will fade like mirages. The future is not fixed, even for those who can see it, especially for those who can see it." The figure gestures broadly, and the landscape shifts around you. The cracked plain transforms into a series of stepped terraces, descending into a vast basin. At the center of the basin, something massive moves beneath the sand, creating ripples that spread outward like waves on water. The presence of Shai-Hulud, the great sandworm, maker of the spice and engine of Arrakis' ecosystem. As if responding to your thoughts, a voice rises from beneath the sand, resonating not through the air but through the ground itself, traveling up through your feet and into your body. The voice of Shai Hulud speaks in tones both ancient and new, a language that exists outside of time. All paths lead to transformation, the voice intones. The ruler becomes the ruled, the hunter becomes the hunted, the observer becomes the observed. This is the lesson of the desert. You stand in reverent silence, allowing these words to settle into your consciousness. The massive presence beneath the sand continues its movement, circling the basin in a slow, deliberate pattern. With each passing, the sand above it glows more intensely, as though the creature's passage is kindling a fire deep within the planet. The shifting figure approaches, close enough now that you can see how its features constantly flow between identities. Now Paul, with his intense blue, within blue eyes, now Leto Tekund with his partly transformed countenance, now someone else entirely, someone yet to come. You seek understanding, the figure says, but understanding is merely the beginning. To know the future is to bear responsibility for it. Am I meant to change what I see? You ask. The figure's laugh is soft as shifting sand. Can a single drop of water change the course of a river? Perhaps. Or perhaps the drop was always meant to fall precisely where it did, at precisely the moment it was needed. Even those of us who walk backward through time cannot answer this riddle with certainty. The figure gestures again, and suddenly you're standing at the edge of a precipice. Below stretches a vast canyon that wasn't there moments before, its walls lined with layer upon layer of compressed time. Each stratum represents generations, civilizations, epochs, all visible simultaneously from your vantage point. This is the burden of vision, the figure says, to see not just what might be, but what must be sacrificed to reach it. The golden path demands terrible choices. As you gaze into the canyon, you notice movement among the layers. People living and dying, loving and fighting, building and destroying, all playing their parts in a grand pattern they cannot perceive. Your heart swells with compassion for them, for all who move through time with limited vision, seeing only the present moment. These may seem so small, you whisper. And yet, the figure responds, it is their choices that shape the pattern, not ours alone. We may see the path, but they walk it. Never forget that. A gust of wind swirls around you, carrying grains of sand that dance and sparkle in the twilight. As you watch, the sand particles arrange themselves into the form of a child with golden eyes that seem to contain universes. Though composed only of swirling dust, the child form regards you with ancient wisdom. The future calls to those who can hear it, the child whispers in a voice like rustling sand. But it speaks in many voices, saying many things. Learn to listen beneath the words, beneath the visions. There lies truth. Before you can respond, the sand child dissolves, its particles scattering on the wind. The figure beside you points to the horizon, where the dunes have begun to shift and flow like liquid, rearranging themselves into new configuration. Watch, the figure says. This is how time appears to those who can see its currents. The landscape becomes fluid, dunes rising and falling like waves on an ocean. Cities appear and crumble in the space of heartbeats. Forests grow and wither, oceans form and evaporate, all of time displayed as movement, as change, as transformation without end. It's beautiful, you breathe, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Beauty and terror, intertwined, the figure agrees. This is why the spice exists, to open eyes that can bear to see such things, to prepare minds that can understand them. The flowing landscape gradually stabilizes, settling into a pattern you recognize. The current face of Arrakis, the world as it exists in your time. But now you see it differently, recognizing it as merely one moment in an endless progression, neither the beginning nor the end. The figure beside you changes once more, becoming something closer to human, though still undefined. You came seeking visions, it says. What have you found? You consider the question carefully. I've found that knowing the future is not the same as understanding it. The figure nods, seemingly pleased. A worthy beginning. And what will you do with what you've seen? This question feels heavier, more consequential. I will remember that all things change, you say finally. That what I see is only possibility, not certainty. And that even the smallest actions matter in the pattern of time. Then you have learned what the desert wished to teach, the figure says, beginning to fade like a mirage in midday heat. Carry this wisdom lightly, for it will grow heavier with time. As the figure disappears entirely, you find yourself alone once more on the glowing dunes. But something has changed, or perhaps it is you who has changed. The sand beneath your feet no longer feels like mere particles of rock and mineral. It feels alive, conscious, connected to something vast beyond comprehension. The humming rises again from the depths, a sound that seems to vibrate through your very being. Walking forward, you notice that your footprints now glow with the same inner light as the dunes themselves, leaving a trail of luminescence behind you. Each step feels increasingly meaningful, as though you are writing your own small contribution to the great pattern. In the distance, a dust storm gathers, whirling and dancing on the horizon. Unlike before, this storm does not bring visions, but rather seems to beckon you forward, inviting you deeper into the desert's embrace. You walk toward it without fear, understanding now that the storm is not separate from you, but part of the same consciousness that flows through all things on Arrakis. As you approach the swirling tempest, you notice something unusual about its movement. Rather than the chaotic turbulence of ordinary storms, this one rotates with deliberate precision, its spiraling patterns mirroring the movements of celestial bodies. The dust particles themselves emit a faint bluish glow, the unmistakable signature of spice. This is no ordinary storm, but a spice blow in progress, the rare and valuable eruption that brings the precious melange to the surface. The blue-tinged cloud sparkles with potential, each particle containing universes of awareness waiting to be unlocked. At the edge of the storm, you encounter a group of Fremen harvesters, their still suits and masks rendering them almost invisible against the desert backdrop. They acknowledge your presence with slight nods, recognizing in you a fellow traveler of inner landscapes. Without words, they invite you to join their harvest, extending a tool similar to their own. Together you work in perfect synchrony, gathering the precious spice before the desert reclaims it. There is something profoundly meditative about the process, the careful movements, the shared purpose, the awareness of danger and opportunity existing side by side. Though no words are exchanged, you feel a deep connection with these people, understanding their ways in a manner impossible without your vision journey. As you collect the glittering blue granules, one of the Fremen, an elderly woman whose eyes hold depths of experience, approaches and offers you a small amount of spice directly from her hand. You accept this sacred gift, placing it under your tongue as you have seen them do. The melange dissolves, releasing a flavor like cinnamon and infinity, opening further doorways within your mind. The spice accelerates and deepens your awareness, allowing you to perceive the subtle energies flowing through the desert. You see not just with eyes, but with your entire being, the hidden moisture beneath the surface, the life cycles of tiny organisms that sustain the ecosystem, the ancestral memories embedded in the landscape itself. As you near the swirling dust, you see that within its heart lies a perfect stillness, a center of peace amid the motion. This paradox, movement and stillness coexisting, feels like another lesson from the desert, another truth revealed through contradiction. Stepping into the storm's edge, you feel the sand particles brush against your skin like countless tiny messengers, each carrying fragments of time and memory. They do not abrade but caress, welcoming you as one who has begun to understand the desert's language. Within the storm, sounds and images flow around you, not visions of the future now, but echoes of the present moment, amplified and clarified. You hear the breathing of every creature on Arrakis, from the smallest sand flea to the greatest worm. You feel the slow, patient growth of desert plants, drawing sustenance from hidden moisture. You sense the movements of people across the planet's surface, each life a thread in the tapestry of now. The storm carries you gently upward, your feet no longer touching the ground. As you rise, your perspective widens, encompassing more and more of the planet below. From this height, you can see patterns invisible from the ground, the traces of ancient rivers long dried up, the outlines of seas that might one day return, the swirling dance of human civilization leaving its mark upon the land. Higher still, and Arrakis becomes a sphere suspended in darkness, a world complete unto itself, yet connected to all other worlds through threads of light and intention. The immensity of space surrounds you, and yet you feel not insignificant, but expanded, your consciousness stretching to encompass this greater reality. From this vantage point, time itself appears different, not a linear progression, but a field of potentiality, like the desert seen from above. Past, present, and future exist simultaneously, separated only by the limitations of perception. You understand now why those with prescient vision speak of choice and consequence in such complex terms. From here, all choices have already been made and are yet to be made. All consequences already felt and yet to unfold. Slowly, gently, the storm begins to descend, returning you to the surface of the planet. As you drift downward, you carry with you this expanded awareness, this glimpse of time from outside its flow. The knowledge settles into you not as a burden, but as a gift, one to be used with care and wisdom. Your feet touch the sand once more, and you find yourself standing before a small pool of water, somehow surviving in the open desert. An impossibility, yet here it is. The pool's surface is perfectly still, reflecting the violet sky above. As you gaze into its depths, you see your own reflection, but changed. Your eyes now hold a hint of blue within blue, marking you as one who has tasted the spice of vision. Behind your reflection appears another, a child with golden eyes, the same one you saw formed from swirling sand. The child speaks, its voice rippling across the water's surface. Remember, it says, the future is a desert. Respect it, but do not fear it. Learn its ways, but do not be ruled by them. Walk its sands, but chart your own path. The child's reflection smiles, then dissolves into ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. As the last ripple reaches the edge of the pool, The water itself begins to sink into the sand, disappearing as mysteriously as it appeared, leaving behind only a slight darkening of the ground to mark its passing. You stand in contemplation, absorbing the lessons of this strange journey. This too is part of the gift of vision, patterns and meaning where before you heard only noise. This too is part of the gift of vision, the ability to find order within apparent chaos. The air shimmers before you, and suddenly you are in the presence of another vision. A vast chamber materializes, its walls lined with countless tomes, the collected knowledge of millennia. This must be the repository of the Bene Gesserit, their secret histories and prophecies preserved through the ages. Among the shelves walks a figure in a dark robe, trailing fingers along ancient spines with reverent familiarity. The robed figure turns, revealing the serene face of Reverend Mother Mahayam, her eyes deep wells of blue within blue. She regards you with an expression that carries both recognition and assessment. "You have seen much," she says, her voice echoing strangely in the chamber. "But seeing is not the same as understanding, and understanding is not the same as wisdom." She selects a tome from the shelf, opening it to reveal pages that glow with the same amber light as the desert sands. The words on the page shift and change, even as you try to read them, rearranging themselves into new configurations with each passing moment. "This is the Book of Time," she explains. "Every word written here is true, and every word is false. Such is the nature of prophecy." You reach out tentatively to touch the page, and as your fingers make contact, the letters flow up your arm like liquid light, seeping into your skin and becoming part of you. Knowledge floods your consciousness. Fragments of history, glimpses of potential futures, whispers of secret truths. It is overwhelming yet somehow comprehensible, as though your mind has expanded to accommodate this influx of wisdom. Mohayam closes the book with a gentle but decisive motion. "You have been given a taste," she says, "a single drop from an endless ocean. Remember the taste, but do not think you have drunk deeply." The violet sky above begins to shift, stars rearranging themselves into new constellations. You recognize some of these patterns from ancient Fremen star charts: the mouse, the serpent, the water-bearer. But there are new patterns as well, stars grouped in ways no human eye has yet named. Perhaps these are constellations of the future, visible only to those who can see beyond the present moment. As you watch these celestial transformations, a peculiar sensation overtakes you, a feeling of being simultaneously in your body and spread throughout the desert, as though your consciousness has expanded to touch every grain of sand on Arrakis. This connection brings not confusion but clarity, a profound understanding of your place within the greater pattern. The dunes around you pulse with rhythmic light, their glow intensifying and dimming in perfect harmony with your heartbeat. With each pulse, you feel the presence of countless generations, those who came before and those yet to come, all connected through this sacred place, this planet that holds the key to humanity's evolution. From the sand at your feet, a small sprout emerges, a rare desert plant pushing upward toward the starlight. You kneel to examine it, marveling at its tenacity and will to live despite the harsh conditions. As you watch, the plant grows at an accelerated rate, unfurling leaves and stretching upward until it stands as tall as your knee. The plant produces a single flower that opens before your eyes, a bloom of impossible complexity and beauty, its petals iridescent in the starlight. At the center of the flower glows a drop of moisture, precious water, cupped in living tissue. Life finds a way, comes a voice from behind you, familiar yet different from the others you've heard on this journey. You turn to find a figure standing there, not the shifting, ambiguous presence from before, but a woman with the bearing of ancient wisdom. Her eyes reflect the starlight, and her stillness suggests immense power held in perfect control. "The desert teaches patience," she says. "It reveals what matters. In scarcity, we discover abundance of a different kind. Who are you, you ask, though something in you already knows." The woman smiles. "I am all women who have walked the path of vision. I am Jessica and Chani, Alia and Ganima. I am the mother and the daughter, the beginning and the continuation." She gestures toward the flowering plant. "Like this bloom, possibility emerges from the most unlikely places. Remember this when the path seems barren." The woman approaches and places her palm against your forehead. At her touch, a cascade of images flows through your mind. Not chaotic visions, but ordered knowledge, a lineage of wisdom passed from generation to generation. You see the long history of those who have walked between worlds, those who have carried the burden and gift of seeing beyond the veil of time. "You are part of this lineage now," she says, removing her hand. "Not separate, but connected. Not above, but within." As she steps back, her form begins to dissolve into motes of light that drift upward toward the stars. "The desert awaits your return," her voice continues, though her physical presence fades. "Carry what you have learned back to your people, but speak of it in riddles and poems. Some truths are too vast for direct telling." You stand alone once more beneath the violet sky, but the sense of connection remains, a thread linking you to all who have walked this path before, and all who will follow. The desert stretches around you, no longer an alien landscape but a familiar one, a place that exists as much within your consciousness as without. The dunes have ceased their humming, falling into a comfortable silence that feels not empty but full, pregnant with potential. You understand that the lesson of prophecy is not to know everything, but to know enough, enough to take the next step, enough to make choices with awareness of their consequences, enough to walk with purpose through an uncertain world. You turn in a slow circle, committing this place to memory. The glowing sands, the violet sky, the strange constellations overhead. Though you may never return to this exact spot in the physical realm, it will remain accessible through the inner landscapes of meditation and dreams. As you complete your circle, you notice that the horizon has begun to shift once more. The endless dunes gradually transform, resolving into a familiar silhouette. The rock formations that mark the entrance to your siege, your home among the Fremen. The vision quest is coming to its natural conclusion, bringing you back to where you began, though forever changed by what you have witnessed. With each step toward home, the surreal landscape of prophecy fades a little more, giving way to the solid reality of the present moment. Yet traces remain, the slight glow beneath your feet, the expanded awareness that allows you to sense the life hiding beneath the desert's surface, the knowledge that time is more fluid than it appears. As you contemplate these lessons, the library fades, and you find yourself standing before an enormous sandworm, its segmented body stretching beyond the horizon in both directions. The creature regards you with an ancient awareness that transcends mere animal consciousness. This is Shai Hulud in its most primordial aspect, not merely a creature, but a force of nature, a living embodiment of Arrakis itself. The massive circular mouth, lined with crystal teeth, does not inspire fear but reverence. The worm's presence generates waves of heat that ripple the air, creating cascading visions within the distortions. In these ripples, you glimpse the cyclical nature of existence. Civilizations rising and falling, deserts becoming oceans, becoming deserts again. Life adapting and evolving through endless iteration. "I am the beginning and the end," comes a voice that seems to emanate from the very sand beneath your feet. "I am the vessel of transformation. Through me, all things return to their essence, and from that essence new forms emerge." The great worm shifts, and a single crystal tooth detaches, falling to the sand before you. As it touches the ground, it transforms into a seed crystal that pulses with rhythmic light. "Take it," the voice commands. "It is yours to plant in the garden of your mind." You lift the seed crystal, finding it surprisingly light, almost weightless. The moment it touches your palm, it dissolves into your skin, leaving behind a small mark in the shape of a spiral, a miniature version of the golden path you witnessed earlier. The sandworm begins to sink beneath the surface, its massive body creating undulations in the desert floor. As it disappears, a profound truth settles into your consciousness. All divisions are illusion. The worm, the sand, the spice, the people of Arrakis, all are expressions of a single, unified awareness evolving through time. As you stand alone once more, the spiral mark on your palm pulses in time with the subtle movements of the sand beneath your feet. You understand now that you are connected to this place, to this process, in ways that transcend physical presence. The desert has become part of you, and you part of it. The horizon wavers, and suddenly you're standing at the edge of a vast basin. At its center rises a structure of impossible geometry, a building that seems to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, its architecture defying conventional physics. This must be the citadel of Leto Tekka, the God Emperor, during the height of his 3,500-year reign. From this impossible structure emerges a figure that is neither entirely human nor entirely other, a being in mid-transformation, caught between humanity and something far more ancient and powerful. Leto Tekka, the God Emperor, his body partially merged with the sandworm, approaches with a grace that belies his hybrid form. "You have walked the edge of my golden path," he says, his voice containing multitudes. "Few are granted such vision without the price I paid." "Why show me these things?" you ask. "Because the desert chooses its witnesses carefully," he replies, "and because some truths must be carried forward, even as their carriers may not fully comprehend them." Leto extends what remains of a human hand, touching your forehead. In that contact flows the essence of his prescience, not the visions themselves, but the understanding of how to carry such knowledge without being crushed by it. The burden of foresight is not in seeing what will come, he tells you, but in recognizing what must be preserved through the coming changes. Remember this when the waters rise and the sands shift. As he withdraws his touch, Leto begins to transform, his partially human form dissolving into countless tiny sand trout that scatter across the desert floor, each carrying a fragment of his consciousness back into the cycle of Arrakis. Where he stood moments before, a small fountain has appeared, water bubbling up from deep beneath the sand. The liquid catches the starlight, sparkling with unusual brilliance. This is no ordinary water, but something transformed by its journey through the depths. Water that has touched the roots of time itself. You cup your hands and drink, the liquid cool and sweet beyond description. With each swallow, your awareness expands further, encompassing not just the planet but the surrounding space, the intricate dance of politics and power that shapes human destiny among the stars. As you lower your hands, the fountain transforms into a young girl with features that somehow remind you of both Chani and Paul. Her eyes hold wisdom far beyond her apparent years. "I am what comes after," she says. "The desert endures, but it also changes. What matters is not the form, but the essence." She reaches out, taking your marked palm in her small hands. The spiral continues through you, through all who bear witness. Some will build empires upon what they see. Others will write poems or plant gardens. All are necessary threads in the pattern. The girl releases your hand and steps backward, her form gradually becoming transparent. Return now to your time, carrying what you have learned like water in a still suit. Precious, hidden, sustaining. Share it drop by drop with those who thirst for meaning. As she fades entirely, her final words hang in the air. The future is a desert. The desert is a gift. The gift is a burden. The burden is a path. The path is your own. You stand at a crossroads of infinite possibility, the knowledge of ages settling into your bones. Around you, the sands shift one final time, rearranging themselves into a perfect mandala pattern that spirals outward to the horizon. At the center of this pattern is a single footprint, your own, marking both an ending and a beginning. The desert has shared its secrets, showing you not just one future, but many. Not to trap you in predetermined fate, but to illuminate the power of choice within the greater pattern. This wisdom becomes part of who you are, not a separate vision to be recounted, but an integrated understanding that will guide your steps through the waking world. And as you return fully to present consciousness, you find that the sand beneath your feet still seems to hold a subtle warmth, a reminder of the fire of prophecy that burns eternally in the heart of Arrakis, waiting for those with the courage to seek it out and the wisdom to carry its light back into the world. Imagine yourself as a child, small and wide-eyed, descending the worn stone steps that spiral deep beneath the surface of Arrakis. The air grows cooler with each step, a blessed relief from the scorching heat above. Your fingers trail along the ancient wall, feeling the polished smoothness of salt rock that has been touched by countless hands over centuries. You are a child of the Bene Gesserit lineage, though too young to understand fully what this means. You know only that your mother speaks in voices that command, that sometimes her eyes flash with knowledge beyond your comprehension, and that you have been brought to this sacred place for a purpose that feels both exciting and frightening. The stairway opens into a vast chamber that takes your breath away. This is the Temple of Shai Hulud, hidden beneath the desert sands, its existence known only to a select few. Massive pillars rise toward the distant ceiling, each one carved not by tools but by centuries of wind that somehow finds its way even here, deep below the surface. The pillars twist in impossible spirals, creating shadows that seem to dance in the dim light provided by phosphorescent lichen clinging to the walls. The scent of melange, cinnamon and mystery, permeates everything, so thick you can almost see it hanging in the air like golden dust. The spice is everywhere here, in the faint blue glow of crystal formations, in the very stone itself, compressed and transformed by ancient forces. Your mother guides you forward with a gentle hand on your shoulder. "Remember what I told you," she whispers, her voice echoing softly in the cavernous space. "Watch. Listen, feel. This place will speak to you in ways I cannot." At the center of the temple stands an altar made entirely of sand, somehow holding its form without walls to contain it. The sand shifts and moves slightly, almost imperceptibly, as though breathing in perfect rhythm with the planet itself. Around the altar, arranged in a perfect circle, stand 12 statues carved from the same salt rock as the temple walls. Each depicts a figure in Fremen stillsuit, faces obscured by masks, standing in different poses that suggest a sequence of movement, a ritual dance captured in stone. Your mother leads you to a small alcove beside the altar, where cushions have been arranged on the floor. "Rest here," she says, helping you settle onto the soft fabric. "Close your eyes. Let the temple show you what you need to see. You want to protest, to ask questions, but something in this place makes your eyelids heavy. The journey through the desert to reach this hidden entrance has left you tired, and the rhythmic shifting of the sand altar sings a lullaby that calls to something deep within you." As your consciousness begins to drift, your mother's voice seems to come from very far away. "Remember, little one, the blood of generations flows through you. You carry our past and our future. Sleep now, and remember before remembering." These cryptic words follow you down into slumber, echoing in the chambers of your mind as sleep claims you completely. The dream begins subtly, so close to reality that at first you don't realize you're dreaming. You're still in the temple, still lying on the cushions, but something has changed. The quality of light is different, softer, golden rather than blue. And you're alone now. Your mother has vanished. Sitting up, you notice the temple has grown vaster, its ceiling now so high it disappears into darkness. The pillars seem alive, twisting slowly like giant serpents reaching for the unseen sky. The statues around the sand altar have shifted positions, though you didn't see them move. Their masked faces are now all turned toward you, as though watching. As you stare back at them, one statue blinks, a slow, deliberate closing and opening of eyes that shouldn't exist on a stone face. You gasp, but feel no fear, only wonder. Another statue blinks, then another, until all 12 stone figures are watching you with living eyes behind their carved masks. "Come," they seem to say, though no words are spoken. "Come and see." You rise from your cushion and approach the altar. The sand stirs at your approach, forming patterns that remind you of the ripples left by a sandworm's passing. As you draw nearer, tiny grains of sand begin to lift from the altar's surface, defying gravity to float upward like smoke or water flowing in reverse. The floating sand forms shapes in the air. Worms, stars, spirals, faces, each dissolving into the next in a fluid hypnotic dance. A sound emerges from somewhere beneath your feet, a deep, resonant humming that you feel in your bones more than hear with your ears. It's a sound both ancient and familiar, as though you've been hearing it since before you were born, only now becoming conscious of its presence. "Worm song," comes a voice from everywhere and nowhere, the voice of Shai Hulud as he dreams beneath the sands. You turn, seeking the source of the voice, and find yourself facing one of the temple walls you hadn't noticed before. Here, stretching from floor to ceiling, is an elaborate mural depicting massive sandworms circling suns, their bodies forming an intricate knot of motion, frozen in time. Except the mural is no longer frozen. The painted worms move, sliding across the wall in their eternal dance around stars that pulse with real light. As you watch, transfixed, the images begin to change, showing scenes that unfold like memories of things you've never witnessed. Armies clashing on desert plains, ships traveling between stars, a man transforming slowly into something both more and less than human, his body merging with the form of a sandworm. "These are the paths," says the voice again, and now you can tell it's coming from the wall itself, from the moving mural, all that has been and all that might be. "Who are you?" you ask, your child's voice sounding small, yet unafraid in the vastness of the temple. The mural shifts again, and now it shows the face of a woman with features that somehow remind you of your mother, though different. Older, wiser, marked by countless years of bearing knowledge too vast for most minds to contain. "I am what remains," she says, "a memory preserved in stone and spice and the collective dreams of those who came before. I am a reverend mother whose body has long since returned its water to the tribe, but whose awareness lingers here, where the veil between worlds is thin." You approach the wall, reaching out a small hand to touch the painted face. The surface feels warm, alive, pulsing gently beneath your fingertips like a heartbeat. "Why am I here?" you ask. "To remember," she answers. "To see, to prepare." Before you can ask what you're meant to be preparing for, the floor beneath your feet begins to shift. You look down to see that the stone has transformed into sand. Not threatening quicksand, but a gentle cradle that reshapes itself around you. Thousands of tiny forms move within the sand, and you realize with delight. The tiny worms surge upward, lifting you gently from the ground. You should be frightened, but instead feel only wonder as they raise you higher, forming a spiraling column that carries you toward the darkness above. As you ascend, the tiny worms begin to sing, a higher, sweeter version of the deep humming from before, and their bodies emit more light, becoming like living stars that swirl around you in an ever-expanding spiral. The universe within and without, the Reverend Mother's voice follows you upward, the small containing the large, the moment containing eternity. Higher and higher the worm star carry you, until you find yourself suspended in what seems to be open space, surrounded by constellations formed of living light. Below, the temple has dwindled to a distant point, while above and all around stretches infinite possibility. "Look," says the voice, now seeming to come from within your own mind. "Look and remember." The stars rearrange themselves, forming patterns that tell stories. Histories of Arrakis, of the Fremen, of the Bene Gesserit sisterhood whose blood runs in your veins. You see the first humans to discover this desert world, their struggles to survive its harsh conditions. You witness the gradual adaptation of the Fremen, their transformation into masters of the sand and wind. You observe the careful, patient work of the Bene Gesserit across millennia, their breeding program designed to create something they both desire and fear. "So much depends on so little," the voice whispers. "A single grain of sand can tip the balance of worlds." The star parties shift again, now showing possible futures. Branching paths that spread outward in all directions like the growth patterns of desert plants. Some paths lead to war and destruction, others to transformation and renewal. All are connected, all influenced by choices yet to be made. "It's too much," you whisper, feeling overwhelmed by the vastness of what you're being shown. "I can't remember all of this." "You don't need to remember with your mind," comes the gentle reply. "Your blood remembers. Your cells remember. We are showing you now so that later, when the time comes, you will recognize what you see. You will know which path to choose." The constellation visions fade, and you feel yourself being lowered gently back toward the temple floor. As you descend, you notice something new. Another child, approximately your age, watching your descent from below. This child looks remarkably like you, almost a mirror image, yet subtly different, in ways you can't quite define. When your feet touch the ground again, the tiny worms retreat into the sand, leaving you standing face to face with your mysterious twin. The other child doesn't speak but raises a hand in greeting. You do the same, and as your movements mirror each other, you realize this might not be another person at all, but rather another version of yourself. Perhaps from a different point in time, or from one of the many possible futures you've just glimpsed. Who are you, you ask? The other child smiles but remains silent, eyes reflecting the same wondering confusion you feel. When you step forward, they step forward too. When you circle to the right, they circle left, maintaining the perfect symmetry of a reflection. Your other self, explains the Reverend Mother's voice. The one who remembers what you forget, who knows what you question, who doubts what you believe. You are never alone on the path. Even in the deepest desert, you walk with yourself. This cryptic explanation makes a strange kind of sense to your dreaming mind. You extend your hand toward your twin, and they do the same. As your fingertips touch, a spark of blue static crackles between you, and suddenly you're both laughing. A sound of pure childhood joy that echoes through the temple chambers. The laughter breaks something in the dream's atmosphere, shifting its nature. The temple walls seem to inhale, drawing inward as though the entire structure is breathing. The sand altar at the center pulses more noticeably now, rising and falling like the chest of a sleeping giant. Shai-Hulud stirs, says the voice, now tinged with reverence. The Maker senses your presence. You and your twin turn together toward the altar as the sand begins to flow more actively, forming a whirlpool that opens into darkness. From that darkness rises a miniature sandworm, small enough not to be frightening, yet perfectly formed, its segmented body rippling with muscular movement, its tripartite jaw opening to reveal crystal teeth that catch the light like prisms. The tiny maker regards you with an awareness that feels ancient and vast despite its small size. This is not a real worm, you somehow know, but a manifestation, a way for Shai-Hulud to interact with you in this dream space, without crushing the temple with its true immensity. The great worm coils around the foundation of this temple, the Reverend Mother explains. Its body forms a perfect circle, tail meeting mouth, the eternal cycle made flesh. What you see before you is but a projection of its awareness, reaching into your dream. The miniature worm sways slightly, as though considering you. Then it speaks, not with words, but with impressions that form meanings in your mind. You carry heavy futures, small one, it seems to say. I have watched your kind for eons, brief flames that burn so brightly. I have seen empires rise and fall like dunes in the wind. Why do you seek to know what lies beyond the horizon of now? The question isn't threatening, but genuinely curious. One ancient consciousness inquiring of a young one. You consider how to answer, aware that your twin is watching you intently. I didn't choose to see, you finally respond. The visions came to me. The worm sways again, its segments rippling in what might be amusement. None choose the burden of seeing, yet some bear it nonetheless. The spice flows through you, changing what you are into what you might become. Do you welcome this transformation? The question makes you pause. No one has asked what you want before. Your mother, the Bene Gesserit, the temple itself. All have presented your path as predetermined, inevitable. Yet here, in the presence of the most ancient being on Arrakis, you're being offered a choice. You look at your twin, who offers no guidance, only a reflection of your own uncertainty. This decision is yours alone. I don't know what I'm becoming, you admit, but I want to understand. I want to see clearly. Understanding is a desert without end, the worm responds. Those who seek it must bring their own water for the journey. Are you prepared for thirst, small one? The question resonates through your body like the earlier worm song, vibrating in your bones. You sense that your answer matters deeply, though you don't fully comprehend why. I am prepared, you say, with a certainty that surprises you. The miniature worm seems satisfied. It circles once on the sand altar, leaving a perfect spiral track, then burrows back into the depths from which it emerged. The sand flows back into place, once again forming a flat, gently pulsing surface. You have been marked by the Maker's attention, says the Reverend Mother. Few receive such honor, especially one so young. You turn back to where your twin stood, but find only empty air. Looking down at your hands, you notice something new, a faint spiral pattern etched into your palm, exactly matching the track the worm left in the sand. The mark doesn't hurt, in fact it tingles pleasantly, a reminder of the connection you now share with Shai-Hulud. The temple seems to exhale, its walls expanding outward once more. The statues have returned to their original positions, unmoving and unblinking. Everything is settling back toward reality, the dreams slowly dissolving around the edges. Wait! You call to the fading presence of the Reverend Mother. What am I supposed to remember? What does it all mean? Her voice comes one last time, growing fainter with each word. Meaning is something you will create, not discover. The visions are tools, not answers. Remember not the futures you have seen, but the feeling of seeing them. Trust that when the moment comes, you will recognize the path that calls to you. The dream temple fades further, the walls becoming transparent, revealing that the entire structure is indeed encircled by a massive sandworm, its body forming a perfect ring around the foundation, just as the Reverend Mother described. The great worm's presence isn't threatening but protective, a guardian maintaining this sacred space between worlds. As the last traces of the dream begin to dissolve, the 12 statues suddenly come to life once more. Instead of merely blinking, they step down from their pedestals and form a circle around you. Their movements are fluid now, no longer stone but flesh, performing a ritual dance that tells a story without words. In their dance, you see the cycle of water on Arrakis. The precious moisture collected, conserved, circulated, and eventually returned to the greater cycle. You see the transformation of human into Reverend Mother, of child into adult, of life into death into life again. You see the metamorphosis of sand trout into sandworm, the creation of spice, the evolving consciousness of an entire planet. The dancers move faster, their forms blurring, becoming ribbons of light that weave around you in increasingly complex patterns. As they dance, they chant in a language that sounds ancient, yet somehow understandable to your dreaming mind. The sleeper must awaken, the path must be walked, the cycle must continue. What was forgotten will be remembered, what is hidden will be revealed. What is separated will be joined. Their chant builds to a crescendo, the light ribbons spinning so rapidly they form a cocoon around you. Inside this whirling shelter you feel perfectly safe, perfectly held, perfectly understood. The burden of knowing feels lighter somehow, transformed from dread into purpose. Remember before remembering, the dancers chant one final time. See before seeing, know before knowing. The cocoon of light contracts suddenly, compressing around you, then explodes outward in all directions. The force of it pushes you back, 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 and you awaken on the cushions beside the sand altar, exactly where you fell asleep. The temple is quiet, dimly lit by the blue phosphorescence. The statues stand unmoving on their pedestals. The altar shifts almost imperceptibly, breathing in perfect rhythm with the planet. Your mother sits nearby, watching you with knowing eyes. You were deeply asleep, she says. Did you dream, little one? You sit up slowly, the vivid images already beginning to fade as dreams do upon waking. Yet something remains, a feeling, a certainty, a connection that wasn't there before. You look down at your palm, half expecting to see the spiral mark left by the miniature worm. Your skin is unmarked, and yet... I dreamed of Shai Hulud, you tell your mother, and of myself, and of things I don't understand yet. She nods, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Understanding will come in its own time. What matters is that you've been introduced to the temple, and the temple to you. This place will be here when you need it again. As she helps you to your feet, you glance around the chamber once more. For just a moment, you think you see your dream twin watching from behind one of the pillars, but when you look more directly, there's nothing there. Come, your mother says. We have a long journey back to the Siege. You follow her toward the spiral staircase, but pause at the base of the steps to look back at the temple one last time. In the dim blue light, the sand altar seems to ripple slightly, as though disturbed by the passage of something beneath its surface. The 12 statues stand silent watch, their stone eyes fixed on eternity. Thank you, you whisper to the temple, to the presence you felt in your dream, to the great worm that guards this sacred space. As if in response, a faint humming rises from the depths, not audible to physical ears, but felt in your bones and blood. The worm song, acknowledging your gratitude, bidding you farewell until you return. You climb the spiral stairs behind your mother, ascending toward the surface of Arrakis once more. As you climb, you notice things you missed on your descent. Tiny fossils embedded in the walls, ancient sea creatures from a time when this desert world knew oceans. The history of an entire planet surrounds you, recorded in stone, for those who know how to read it. Though the details of your dream are already growing hazy, something fundamental has shifted within you. You carry a new awareness, a seed planted in fertile ground, waiting for the right moment to germinate and grow. The burden of this proto-Naknal feels both heavy and buoyant, a paradox you're still too young to articulate, but old enough to accept. At the top of the stairs, your mother helps you don your still suit before facing the desert once more. The twin suns of Arrakis blaze overhead, their heat a shock after the cool sanctuary below. You squint against the sudden brightness, your eyes slowly adjusting. Look there, your mother says, pointing to a distant ripple moving across the dunes. Even from this distance, there's no mistaking the distinctive sign of a sandworm's passage. Shai Hulud returns to the deep desert. You watch the moving dune with new eyes, remembering the presence you felt in your dream. Was it the same worm now traveling away from the hidden temple? There's no way to know, and yet you feel a connection, a recognition that transcends ordinary understanding. Will I remember? You ask your mother, not fully certain what you're asking. She adjusts your stillsuit hood with practiced hands, her eyes showing just a hint of blue within blue from spice consumption, studying your face carefully. Some things are not meant to be remembered here. She touches your forehead gently, but here, her hand moves to rest over your heart. The body knows what the mind forgets. Trust that wisdom when the time comes. As you begin the long trek back across the desert, the dream continues to recede from your conscious mind, slipping away like water into sand. Yet, underneath your ordinary thoughts, a new rhythm has established itself, a subtle vibration that matches the deep humming you heard in the temple depths. It becomes a companion to your heartbeat, a secret song that connects you to the mysteries dwelling beneath the surface of everyday reality. The desert stretches before you, harsh and demanding, yet somehow different than it was this morning. Where before you saw only empty wasteland, now you sense the complex web of life and history that exists above and below the sand. The dunes are no longer barriers but messages, their shapes and movements forming a language you're just beginning to comprehend. Your mother walks slightly ahead, her footsteps precise and economical, wasting no energy in this unforgiving environment. You match her pace, feeling older somehow, more attuned to the desert's rhythms. The burden of potential futures seen in your dream has been absorbed into your being, transformed from weight into balance. High above, a solitary hawk circles against the cloudless sky. Its shadow passes over you, a brief respite from the relentless sun. In that moment of shade, you feel again the presence from your dream. Not the worm this time, but your mysterious twin, watching from some place beyond ordinary sight. "I'll remember when it matters," you whisper to this unseen companion. "I'll recognize the path when it appears." The wind carries your words away, but somehow you know they've been heard and acknowledged. The desert keeps its secrets well, but it has chosen to share some of them with you. What you will do with this knowledge remains to be seen, a story yet to unfold across the burning sands of Arrakis. As you walk beside your mother, returning to the world of the waking and the known, part of you remains in that twilight temple, where statues blink and sand defies gravity. That piece of yourself, the one who has glimpsed the infinite patterns of possibility, will wait patiently until needed. A resource as precious and hidden as water on this desert world. The journey continues, both the physical trek across the dunes and the internal voyage toward understanding. Each step takes you further from the temple and closer to your destiny, whatever shape it may ultimately take. The sands shift beneath your feet, supporting your weight, recording your passage. One small human crossing the face of an ancient world. You are changed, though in ways too subtle to name. The dream seed planted in the temple's depths has taken root within you, and though its growth will be slow and often hidden, it has already begun to alter how you perceive the universe around you. Like the spice that permeates Arrakis, this new awareness will gradually transform you from within, preparing you for challenges and choices still distant on the horizon of time. The twin suns begin their slow descent, casting longer shadows across the dunes. Day moves toward evening, bringing the promise of cooler air and stars emerging in the darkness. Stars that now seem more familiar after seeing them arranged in prophetic patterns during your dream vision. The universe has become both larger and more intimate, a paradox that feels perfectly natural in the afterglow of your temple experience. Your mother glances back, checking on you, and you meet her gaze with a small smile that contains more wisdom than a child your age should possess. She nods slightly, recognizing something changed in your eyes. then turns to lead the way onward through the endless, whispering sands of Arrakis. In the deep stillness of night, your consciousness drifts toward the forgotten siege of Jacurutu. This place exists in the shadow of legend, a cursed name whispered only in the darkest hours. Once a thriving Fremen community, now abandoned after ancient betrayals, and water thieves were punished by death. At least, that is what the stories claim. Your body remains in peaceful slumber elsewhere, but your dreaming mind traverses the sands of Arrakis with the freedom of thought unbound by flesh. The desert passes beneath you like a blur of golden waves, until suddenly the landscape changes. Jagged rock formations rise from the sand, creating a natural fortress that hides secrets from casual observers. You descend toward these rocks, drawn by an invisible pull. There is something here you need to see, something you need to understand. As you approach, a narrow crevice appears, a shadow within shadows, barely visible even to your dream-enhanced perception. This hidden entrance leads downward, deep into the heart of the cursed siege. The passage twists and narrows, following the natural contours of the rock. In waking life, this journey would require careful navigation and climbing skills, but in the dream state, you simply flow along the path like water seeking its level. The air grows cooler, damper, a startling contrast to the arid heat of the surface. The scent of moisture fills your senses, so rich and unexpected that it feels almost intoxicating after the desert's dryness. The narrow passage gradually widens, opening into a vast grotto that steals whatever breath your dream self possesses. The ceiling arches high above, lost in shadows, while the floor descends in natural terraces toward the center of the chamber. What truly captures your attention, however, is the light, a soft, pulsing blue-green glow that emanates from patches of moss clinging to the rock walls. This bioluminescent growth creates patterns that seem almost deliberate, like a script in an unknown language written across the curved surfaces of the cave. The light reflects off numerous pools of water that dot the grotto floor, some merely puddles, others deep enough to qualify as small lakes. Water in such abundance hidden beneath the desert. In any other context, this would be considered an abomination by Fremen standards, a waste of precious moisture that should be preserved for the tribe and the dream of transforming Arrakis. Yet there is something ancient and undisturbed about this place that suggests it exists outside normal judgment. As you move further into the grotto, you notice something peculiar about the pools. Their surfaces are perfectly still, untouched by even the slightest ripple, and they don't reflect the cavern around them. Instead, they show constellations, star patterns unlike any you've seen in Arrakis's night sky. Each pool displays a different arrangement of stars, as though each is a window looking out into a different corner of the universe. Or perhaps different potential universes altogether. At the center of the grotto, rising from the largest pool like an island, stands a stone throne. But this is no ordinary seat of power. It has been carved from what appears to be the skull of an enormous sandworm, its curved surface polished to a dull gleam by time and careful hands. The throne faces away from you, toward the far wall of the cavern, where the bioluminescent patterns grow most dense, and upon this throne sits a figure so still it might be another sculpture, the silent oracle of Jacurutu. You approach cautiously, circling around to glimpse the oracle's face. The figure is draped in a robe that might once have been white, but has taken on the blue-green tinge of the mosslight. The hood is drawn forward, casting shadows across features that seem to shift and change with each subtle movement of the illumination. Sometimes the face appears young and serene, other times ancient and weathered by centuries of watching, waiting, knowing. You try to speak, to ask the questions that brought you to this place, but discover that your dream voice has vanished. Your mouth opens, but no sound emerges, not even the whisper of breath. The silence of the grotto remains unbroken, profound and expectant. In your momentary panic at this loss, you fail to notice that the surface of the nearest pool has begun to change. When your attention returns to it, you see ripples forming, not from any physical disturbance, but in patterns that somehow mirror your thoughts. Your confusion manifests as concentric circles, your fear as sharp, jagged disturbances that race across the water. As you watch, fascinated, your very wonder creates spirals that expand outward to the pool's edge. The oracle hasn't moved, hasn't acknowledged your presence in any way, and yet you sense an invitation in the responding water. This is how communication happens here, not through sound or even sight, but through the medium of the pools themselves. Your thoughts create patterns, the patterns create meaning. You focus your mind on a simple question: who are you? The water ripples in response, forming shapes that suggest both everything and nothing, a paradox made visible. The oracle remains motionless upon the worm-skull throne. You try to step closer and encounter another strange property of this dream space. Though you will your feet to move forward, your body seems to slide backward instead, as though the cave itself inverts your intentions. The more forcefully you try to approach, the further you recede from the silent figure on the throne. Only when you surrender, when you allow yourself to be still, to mirror the oracle's perfect immobility, does the distance between you stabilize. A lesson, perhaps. Some truths cannot be pursued directly. They must be allowed to approach in their own time, on their own terms. The oracle finally moves. The motion is so subtle it might be missed by any observer less attentive. Just the slight raising of one hand, palm upward, fingers unfurling like the petals of a night-blooming desert flower. This simple gesture triggers something extraordinary. The air between you and the oracle seems to ripple, to thin, to become permeable to more than just light and movement. Suddenly, years flash through your mind like lightning, not as coherent memories, but as pure sensation, the emotional weight of time compressed into seconds. You feel the passing of seasons you've never experienced, the accumulated joy and grief of lives you've never lived. Generations compress and expand, civilizations rise and crumble, all in the space between one heartbeat and the next. When the cascade of time fragments subsides, you find yourself disoriented, unsure if seconds or centuries have passed while you stood before the oracle. The pools around you have changed again. Looking into them now, you can see something below the surface. Not just reflections, but what appears to be a submerged city. Domes and spires and elegant arches, all constructed of some pale material that glows with its own inner light, creating a ghostly metropolis beneath the water. This phantom city seems to flicker, sometimes appearing ancient and partially decayed, other times looking pristine, as though newly built. You recognize neither its architecture nor its purpose, yet it evokes a strange familiarity, as if you've seen it before in some forgotten dream, or perhaps will see it in some future yet to unfold. You kneel beside the nearest pool, drawn by the impossible vision below its surface. As you peer more deeply into the water, details emerge. You see figures moving through the submerged streets and buildings. Humanoid but not quite human, their movements fluid and graceful in a way that suggests adaptation to an environment between worlds. Are these the remnants of some lost civilization of Arrakis, from a time before the desert claimed the planet? Or are they premonitions of something yet to come, when water might return to the surface world? The silent oracle makes another slight movement, this time turning its hooded head to regard one of the larger pools to your right. Your attention follows, and in that pool you see not the submerged city, but a reflection of yourself. Yet this reflection is unfamiliar, older or younger than your current self, dressed in garments you've never worn, with eyes that hold knowledge your waking mind doesn't possess. While you study this stranger who is somehow also yourself, you become aware of another presence in the grotto. At the edge of your vision, partially concealed by a formation of rock, stands a Fremen figure observing your interaction with the oracle. The figure remains in shadow, features indistinct, but something about their stance suggests immense patience, as though they have been watching not just for hours or days, but for years, perhaps lifetimes. For a moment, as the bioluminescent light shifts, you catch a glimpse of the observer's face. Though the features remain ambiguous, there's something in their expression that reminds you of descriptions you've heard of Leto II, the God Emperor, a strange melding of human consciousness and inhuman perspective, compassionate yet detached, bound to a vision too vast for ordinary minds to comprehend. Before you can focus more clearly on this mysterious observer, movement in the pool before you draws your attention back. Something is gliding through the water, a pale, elongated form that resembles a sandfish, one of the desert creatures that swims through dunes as though they were liquid. Yet this entity is blind, with smooth skin where eyes should be, and it moves with deliberate purpose rather than the darting motions of its surface-dwelling cousins. As the blind sandfish circles beneath your reflection, you hear, or perhaps feel, whispers rising from the water. These are not coherent words, but fragments of memory, shards of experience that seem to come from places and times far removed from your own. The water flows, beneath the sand, always beneath, carrying secrets from the beginning to the end. 900 generations of sisters, watching, waiting, planting seeds that will not flower until the soil of time is ready. The child who is not a child, the worm who is not a worm, the destroyer who preserves, the tyrant who liberates. Jakurutu, place of rebirth through death, crucible of transformation, sanctuary of the divided self. These whispered fragments trigger something within you, a recognition, a remembering. The grotto suddenly seems familiar, as though you have been here before, in another life or another dream. The silent oracle, the submerged city, the blind sandfish carrying ancient voices. All are parts of a pattern you've encountered previously, but somehow forgotten. This is not discovery but recovery, not learning but remembering. The oracle moves again, both hands now raised in a gesture that encompasses the entire grotto. In response, the pools begin to ripple in unison, their surfaces disturbed by a rhythm that matches the beating of your dream heart. The reflections of impossible stars waver and reform into new constellations, telling different stories, offering different possibilities. You understand now that this is the true purpose of the silent oracle, not to speak truth, but to create the conditions where truth can be recognized, not to provide answers, but to reflect questions back in forms that reveal their hidden dimensions. The silence is not absence, but fullness, not void, but potential. This understanding manifests in the pool before you as a complex mandala of ripples, mathematical in its precision, yet organic in its beauty. The oracle's head inclines slightly, acknowledging your insight. This small gesture feels like profound approval, more meaningful than effusive praise would be in the waking world. The shadowed observer at the grotto's edge also shifts, the movement drawing your attention once more. The figure raises one hand in what might be greeting or blessing, then fades further into the darkness as though merging with the stone itself. Was this entity ever truly present, or merely another reflection of possibilities? A representation of paths that might be walked, choices that might be made. Your contemplation is interrupted by a subtle change in the atmosphere of the grotto. The bioluminescent moss begins to pulse more intensely, its light growing stronger, then fading almost to darkness before strengthening again. This rhythmic illumination creates the impression that the entire cave is breathing, alive and conscious in some fundamental way that transcends ordinary definitions of life. In this shifting light, the submerged city in the pools transforms. What appeared to be buildings and streets now resemble neural pathways, a vast network of connections that might be the architecture of a mind rather than a physical metropolis. The figures moving through this network are no longer residents of a city, but thoughts, memories, insights passing through the landscape of consciousness. The blind sandfish returns, swimming closer to the surface now. As it passes beneath your reflection, your image in the pool changes, cycling rapidly through different versions of yourself, past and future, real and potential. You see yourself as a child, as an elder, as a warrior, as a scholar, as a mystic touched by spice awareness. Each version appears only briefly before dissolving into the next, yet all are recognizably you. Variations on a theme rather than completely different compositions. The silent oracle rises from the worm skull throne, a movement so unexpected after such prolonged stillness that it sends a shock of surprise through your dream self. The figure steps down into the largest pool, yet does not sink, but stands upon the water's surface as though it were solid ground. Ripples spread outward from each footfall, expanding to touch every other pool in the grotto, connecting all reflections, all visions, all possibilities into a unified field of meaning. The oracle approaches, walking across the water toward you. The hood still shadows the face, but now you can see enough to realize that the features are both familiar and unknown, as though composed of elements from every significant person in your life, blended into a countenance that is simultaneously everyone. When the oracle stands before you, close enough to touch, another change occurs. The figure becomes transparent, revealing that there is nothing within the robe. No body, no substance, only the play of light and shadow and reflection. The silent oracle is not an entity but a phenomenon, not a being but a process. The process of revelation through contemplation, of understanding through immersion in mystery. The empty robe extends its sleeve toward you, inviting you to step into the pool. Though your initial impulse is hesitation, fear of drowning, of losing yourself in the unknown depths, you find your dream body moving forward with a confidence that transcends your conscious concerns. As your foot touches the water, you discover that you too can walk upon its surface, leaving ripples that intersect with those of the oracle, creating new patterns, new meanings, new possibilities. Together, you and the empty robe that is the silent oracle move toward the center of the grotto, toward the worm skull throne that now stands empty. With each step, the submerged city/neural network below becomes more defined, more elaborate, expanding to fill all pools with its luminous architecture of thought and memory and potential. The blind sandfish follows, swimming beneath your feet, guiding your path with its eyeless awareness. More whispers rise from the depths. What is truth but the most useful fiction? What is memory but selective forgetting? What is prophecy but the recognition of patterns that transcend time? What is self but the story we tell about the intersection of all these things? You reach the throne and turn to face the grotto, seeing it now from the perspective the oracle has maintained for who knows how long, perhaps centuries, perhaps moments outside of time altogether. From this vantage point, the pools form a pattern you couldn't perceive before, a perfect map of the stars as seen from Arrakis, yet with subtle differences that suggest this is the sky not as it is now, but as it might be viewed millennia in the future. The empty robe that is the silent oracle gestures for you to sit upon the throne. You hesitate, feeling unworthy of such a position, uncertain of what it might mean to occupy this seat of silent power. The whispers rise again from the blind sandfish circling below. To understand truth, one must become truth. To comprehend stillness, one must embody stillness. To know the oracle, one must be the oracle, if only for a moment outside of time. You surrender to the invitation and sit upon the worm-skull throne. The sensation is unlike anything you could have anticipated. Not the hard coldness of stone, but something alive, responsive, as though the ancient consciousness of the worm somehow persists in its transformed remains. The throne embraces you, conforms to you, becomes an extension of your dream self. From this seat, perception expands exponentially. The grotto is no longer merely a cave beneath the desert, but a nexus where countless threads of possibility intersect. You see the history of Jakarta, not just its tragic past as recorded in Fremen legend, but its secret continuance as a place of hidden knowledge, of initiation, of transformation through the confrontation with that which most fear to face, the wilderness within. You see the submerged city not as a literal place, but as a metaphor made manifest, the civilization that sleeps beneath the conscious mind, the accumulated wisdom and folly of ancestors who shaped your existence in ways beyond ordinary understanding. This city drowns and resurfaces in cycles measured not in years but in epochs, each emergence preserving what would otherwise be lost, each emergence bringing ancient knowledge back into the light of conscious awareness. Most significantly, you begin to understand the true nature of the silent oracle. The empty robe now stands before the throne, regarding you with its absence that is somehow more present than presence itself. This is not an entity separate from yourself, but an aspect of consciousness that exists within all who have the courage to embrace silence, to dwell in the space between thoughts, to listen to what emerges when the chattering mind grows still. The oracle has never been silent because it had nothing to say, but because what it communicates cannot be contained in words. Its language is the ripple of water, the pulse of light, the pattern of stars reflected in pools that bridge worlds. Its wisdom is not declarative but experiential, not something to be told but something to be realized through one's own inner journey. As these understandings crystallize within your dream awarenessness, the grotto begins to change. The pools ripple more intensely, their surfaces breaking into spray that rises toward the unseen ceiling. The bioluminescent moss grows brighter, its light shifting from blue-green to a golden hue reminiscent of sunrise. The blind sandfish multiplies, becoming dozens, hundreds of identical forms, swimming through water and air alike, their whispers merging into a harmony that resonates through the chamber. Remember this place beyond place, this time beyond time. Remember that the oracle dwells not in hidden caves, but in the silent depths of your own being. Remember that truth is not something given, but something recognized, not something found, but something created through the act of perception itself. Carry this silence within you as you walk through noise. this stillness as you move through chaos, this depth as you navigate surfaces. The waters of Jacurutu flow beneath all deserts, connecting what appears separate, preserving what seems lost, revealing what has been hidden. The worm skull throne beneath you begins to shift, to change, to transform back into living tissue. You rise quickly, stepping away as the ancient remains awaken after their long dormancy. The skull reshapes itself into a circular form, a tiny version of a sandworm's mouth, complete with crystal teeth that catch and refract the golden light filling the grotto. This miniature worm mouth opens, revealing not the darkness of a gullet, but a portal of pure light. A passage leading somewhere beyond the confines of the cave, beyond the limitations of ordinary dreaming, perhaps beyond the boundaries of Arrakis itself. The empty robe of the silent oracle gestures toward this opening, inviting you to step through, to continue your journey beyond the revelations of Jacurutu. Before you can decide whether to accept this invitation, the blind sandfish swim up from the pools, their bodies elongating, transforming into threads of light that weave themselves into a bridge spanning the distance between where you stand and the worm-mouth portal. As you contemplate this bridge of light, the shadowed observer returns, no longer hidden at the edge of perception, but standing beside you, features still indistinct yet somehow radiating both ancient wisdom and compassionate understanding. When this presence speaks, its voice seems to come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating not through the air but through the substance of your awareness itself. What you have witnessed in Jacurutu is but one facet of a truth too vast for any single mind to encompass in its entirety. The silent oracle reflects what you bring to it, just as the pools reflect stars that exist both everywhere and nowhere. You have begun to understand the nature of inner silence, not as the absence of sound, but as the presence of a deeper listening. The bridge before you leads to other aspects of this truth, other dimensions of understanding that await your exploration. But remember that all journeys, even those that traverse the infinite pathways of consciousness, must eventually return to their beginning. The wisdom of Jacutu serves its purpose only when carried back into the waking world, translated into the language of action, of choice, of engagement with the tangible realities that shape collective destiny. The presence beside you begins to shift, its form becoming more defined while simultaneously more difficult to perceive directly, as though it exists at the edge of vision, clearest when not looked at directly. For a brief moment you glimpse what might be the face of Leto II, as depicted in ancient records. Human yet not human, burdened by foreknowledge yet liberated by purpose, bearing the weight of a golden path that stretches beyond the horizon of ordinary time. Then the figure is gone, dissolved into the golden light that now fills the grotto completely. The empty robe of the silent oracle also fades, its purpose fulfilled, its lesson delivered not through instruction, but through experience. The pools, the submerged city, the bioluminescent moss, all are transformed into this radiance that is neither liquid, nor solid, nor gas, but somehow all and none of these. Only the bridge of light remains distinct, spanning the distance to the worm-mouth portal that pulses with invitation. As you gaze at this threshold between knowing and further becoming, you understand that crossing it would take you beyond the boundaries of this particular dream, into realms of consciousness that might be wonderful or terrible, or both simultaneously. It would be a step into even deeper mystery, with no guarantee of return. In this moment of decision, the blind sandfish, now transformed into threads of the light bridge, whisper one final message. The journey outward is also the journey inward. The silent oracle of Yakurutu has shown you the reflection of infinity in drops of water, the echo of eternity in moments of stillness. What lies beyond this threshold is neither more nor less real than what you have already witnessed. The choice to proceed or to return is itself part of the revelation. You stand poised between continuation and completion, between deeper immersion and the beginning of integration. The golden light pulses around you, through you, supporting whatever choice you make, without preference or judgment. This too is part of the wisdom of Jakurutu, the recognition that all paths ultimately lead toward understanding. Though some may take longer than others, some may involve greater suffering, some may offer different perspectives on the same fundamental truth. Whether you choose to cross the bridge of light into further mystery, or to carry what you've learned back toward waking consciousness, the silent oracle has fulfilled its purpose. It has created the conditions where you could encounter aspects of yourself, usually hidden beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. It has reminded you that the deepest wisdom often emerges not from what is said, but from what is recognized in silence. Not from what is shown, but from what is seen when the eyes of perception are cleansed of expectation. The curse of Jakutu, its reputation as a place of death and betrayal, reveals itself as merely the shadow side of its blessing. This is indeed a place where old identities die, where comfortable illusions are betrayed by deeper truths. But such endings are merely preludes to new beginnings. Such disillusionment merely the necessary preparation for clearer seeing. As the golden light continues to pulse around you, matching the rhythm of your dream heart, you make your choice. And regardless of whether that choice leads further inward/outward or back toward the surface world, you carry with you the essence of what the silent oracle has revealed. That truth dwells in the spaces between words, that wisdom emerges in the silence between thoughts, that the most profound revelations often come not from what is added to consciousness, but from what is removed. The veils of habit, assumption, and fear that separate us from direct perception of what is. The waters of Jakurutu, impossible, forbidden, hidden waters beneath the desert, continue their patient work, reflecting stars that exist both nowhere and everywhere, connecting mind to mind across the abysses of time and space, preserving what seems lost and revealing what has been hidden. The silent oracle maintains its vigil, waiting for the next dreamer ready to face the terror and wonder of inner revelation, the next consciousness prepared to recognize itself in the stillness between heartbeats. And somewhere in the depths, the blind sandfish continue their endless swimming, carrying whispers from past to future and back again, maintaining the continuity of awareness that flows beneath the surface of all things. A river of consciousness that connects every grain of sand, every drop of water, every thought and dream and memory into a single, endless, ever-changing pattern of being. You find yourself standing alone in a vast desert, unlike any you have encountered before. This is not the familiar terrain of Arrakis with its predictable patterns of dune and flat, its known dangers and rhythms. Here, the landscape stretches endlessly in all directions, each dune unique in its shape and texture. No features repeat themselves, no landmarks offer orientation. The desert appears infinite, a canvas of endless variation painted in countless shades of gold, amber, and russet. The twin suns overhead cast light that seems different from ordinary sunlight, more diffuse, gentler on the eyes despite its brightness. The sky holds a quality that suggests both day and twilight simultaneously, as though time itself has become fluid, refusing to commit to any particular hour. As your eyes adjust to this strange illumination, you notice something unusual at your feet. A single footprint pressed into the sand. Unlike an ordinary impression, This one glows with a faint blue-gold light, the unmistakable luminescence of spice. The footprint is neither small nor large, neither clearly human nor obviously otherwise. It simply is a mark of passage left by one who walked here before. Beyond this first footprint lies another, then another, forming a path that curves gently away from where you stand. The footprints describe not a straight line, but the beginning of what appears to be an enormous spiral, winding outward, or perhaps inward, depending on which direction one chooses to walk. You feel drawn to follow this glowing trail, to place your feet within these luminous impressions left by an unknown predecessor. As you step into the first footprint, the spice glow intensifies momentarily, as though recognizing your presence, acknowledging your choice to walk this path. With your second step, a strange sensation overtakes you. Your perspective suddenly shifts. You are no longer looking out from behind your eyes, but seeing from high above, through the keen vision of a desert hawk circling on thermal currents. The landscape below spreads in all directions, the spiral of footprints now visible as a pattern of light against the endless variations of sand. From this height, you can see that the spiral continues much further than would be visible from the ground, winding outward for what seems like kilometers, perhaps endlessly. Just as suddenly as it came, this avian perspective vanishes. You are back in your body, standing on the path of glowing footprints. The memory of flight lingers, however, a taste of boundless freedom, of seeing patterns too vast to perceive from a single, earthbound vantage point. You continue walking, placing each foot carefully within the glowing impressions. On your fifth step, another transformation occurs. Your awareness shrinks, concentrates, until you are seeing the world from the perspective of a single grain of sand, one among countless billions, yet unique in your precise arrangement of silicon and mineral, your exact shape, your particular history of being moved by wind and gravity across the face of this infinite desert. From this minute perspective, what once seemed like smooth sand dunes now appear as vast mountain ranges, composed of individual crystals, each one a world unto itself. The footprint in which you currently rest is an enormous crater, its walls rising all around, glowing with blue-golden light that pulses like a heartbeat. Other sand grains surround you, each with its own subtle consciousness, its own tiny song that contributes to the greater harmony of the desert. Another step and your perspective shifts again. Now you experience existence as the wind itself, formless, boundless, flowing around and through all things. You are simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, touching the entire desert in a single moment, carrying the desert's breath from horizon to horizon. You feel the subtle resistance of each dune, the warmth of the sands absorbing the sun's light, the coolness of occasional shadow. You carry microscopic particles of spice within your invisible currents, distributing its awareness-altering essence throughout this infinite landscape. As the wind, you perceive the spiral of footprints as disturbances in your flow, places where someone has compressed the sand into patterns that persist despite your gentle erosion. These impressions were made by one who understood the wind, who knew its language and respected its power, while remaining unmoved by its pressure. Once more your perspective returns to the human form, walking the spiral path one step at a time. But now your awareness has been expanded by these brief experiences of other modes of being. You understand that this path exists simultaneously at many scales and from many perspectives. What appears as a simple trail of footprints to human eyes is also a pattern recognized by birds, a series of enormous compressed craters to sand grains, and a meaningful disturbance in the flow of wind. As you ponder these insights, a new sensation emerges. A subtle vibration beneath your feet, a rhythmic drumming that seems to rise from deep within the desert itself. The tempo is slow, deliberate, with complex overlapping patterns that somehow match perfectly with your breathing. Inhale, the drums pulse in one pattern. Exhale, they respond with a complementary rhythm. The effect is hypnotic, encouraging a walking meditation where breath, footsteps, and subterranean drums all synchronize into a single harmonious experience. You continue following the spiral, each step bringing new subtle shifts in perspective that come and go like gentle waves. Sometimes you see through the compound eyes of a sand-dwelling insect, perceiving light and movement in fractured patterns. Other times your awareness expands to encompass an entire dune, feeling the slow migration of countless grains across your surface, the gradual shift of your form in response to wind and gravity. Occasionally your perspective becomes that of a distant star, looking down upon the desert from unimaginable height, perceiving the spiral path as a tiny but perfect reflection of your own celestial rotation. These perspective shifts no longer surprise you, but feel like natural variations in awareness, expanding and contracting like breath itself. Each offers a new understanding of the path you walk, the desert that contains it, and your own place within this infinite landscape. After what might be minutes or hours, time seems as fluid as perspective in this place. You notice something new emerging from the desert ahead. With each step you take, a monumental figure begins to rise from the sand, grains flowing upward against gravity to form a colossal statue at least 30 meters tall. The figure takes the shape of a man in formal robes, bearing the unmistakable insignia of the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV. His face is stern, imperious, gazing out over the desert as though asserting ownership over all he surveys. The statue is perfectly formed, every detail rendered with precision in countless grains of sand held together by some unseen force. You take another step along the spiral, and the statue of Shaddam begins to dissolve, sand flowing back to sand, while simultaneously a new figure forms ahead, this one depicting the elegant features of Paul Muad'Dib, the first Atreides emperor. Unlike Shaddam's rigid posture, this figure stands in the relaxed but alert stance of a former Fremen, comfortable in the desert, respectful of its power. His eyes, rendered as small swirling vortices of darker sand, seem to look both outward at the landscape and inward at some private vision. Another step and Paul's image gives way to that of his son, Leto II, not as a human, but in his transformed state, the God Emperor. This statue is part man, part worm, a being of impossible contradiction and transcendent purpose. Though formed of simple sand, the sculpture somehow conveys both tremendous power and profound burden, the weight of millennia spent guiding humanity along a golden path visible to him. With each subsequent step, new imperial figures form and dissolve, some recognizable from historical accounts, others unfamiliar, perhaps rulers from futures yet to unfold or alternate paths never taken. Each statue rises from the sand as you approach, maintains its form as you pass, then dissolves behind you, returning to the infinite desert that contains all possibilities. These monumental figures continue to emerge and recede as you walk, but now you notice something else. A veiled figure walking parallel to your path, maintaining a constant distance. This mysterious presence neither approaches nor retreats, but matches your pace precisely. Though the veil obscures specific features, something about the figure's bearing suggests feminine grace, combined with formidable strength. When you pause in your walking to regard this companion more directly, she pauses as well. When you resume your journey along the spiral, she continues her parallel course. Occasionally she seems to shimmer, becoming partially transparent, as though existing simultaneously in multiple realities. In these moments of transition, her features shift, sometimes appearing young, sometimes mature, sometimes ancient, as though time affects her differently than it does ordinary beings. You sense that this figure is important, perhaps a memory of someone significant to the path you walk, perhaps a glimpse of someone you have yet to meet, perhaps even a version of yourself from another point on the spiral. The name Siona drifts through your mind, though you cannot recall where you might have heard it, or what significance it might hold. As you ponder this mysterious companion, the drumming beneath the sand changes its rhythm, growing more complex, more urgent. The tempo remains synchronized with your breathing, but now each inhalation and exhalation encompasses more elaborate patterns, as though the desert itself is communicating something of increasing importance through this percussive language. The spiral path narrows as you proceed, the distance between each turn decreasing. Whether you are spiraling inward toward some central point or outward toward greater expansion remains ambiguous. Perspective shifts so frequently in this place that conventional notions of direction have lost their meaning. You are simply walking the path, one luminous footprint at a time, experiencing whatever the journey reveals. Suddenly, the ground beneath you trembles, not with the rhythmic drumming that has become your constant companion, but with a deeper, more primal movement. The sand ripples in concentric circles that spread outward from a point just ahead on your path. Something massive is moving beneath the surface, approaching from below. A moment later, the desert erupts as a colossal sandworm breaches the surface, like a leviathan rising from the depths of an ocean. Its segmented body arcs overhead, blocking the light of the twin suns, casting you into momentary shadow. This is Shai-Hulud in its most magnificent aspect, not the worms you have seen in ordinary desert crossings, but the archetype of all sandworms, the embodiment of the principle they represent. The great worm hovers above, its body forming a perfect circle as it holds its position. From this angle, you can see directly into its tripartite maw, where crystal teeth catch the light like prisms, sending rainbows across the sand at your feet. The worm makes no aggressive movement, offers no threat. It simply observes, acknowledges, witnesses your journey along the spiral path. For a timeless moment, you and the worm regard one another, infinitesimal human and titanic desert deity locked in mutual recognition. Then, with a movement both powerful and graceful, Shai-Hulud completes its circle and descends back beneath the sand, leaving no trace of its passage except a lingering impression in your awareness, a sense of having been blessed, approved, accepted by the desert's heart. The veiled figure who has been your distant companion raises a hand in acknowledgement of what has just occurred. Though no words are exchanged, you understand that the worm's appearance holds special significance. Such direct manifestations are rare, reserved for moments of particular importance, or transitions of great consequence. With this understanding, you continue along the spiral path with renewed purpose. The glowing footprints seem brighter now, their spice illumination pulsing in rhythm with the subterranean drums and your own heartbeat. The desert around you feels more alive, more responsive to your passage, as though your walking has activated something dormant within its infinite expanse. The monumental sand statues continue to form and dissolve as you proceed, but now they appear not only ahead but all around, creating a gallery of figures from past and future. Some wear the formal attire of emperors or the still suits of fremen, while others appear in garments you do not recognize. perhaps from times beyond your knowledge. Their faces reflect every human emotion: wisdom, arrogance, compassion, cruelty, serenity, turmoil, the full spectrum of possibilities contained within those who have walked or will walk the path of power. As the spiral tightens further, these sand figures appear with increasing frequency, sometimes several forming simultaneously, creating a forest of monumental forms that tower overhead. Yet despite their grandeur, none block your path. The way forward along the spiral of footprints remains clear, inviting continued progress toward whatever lies at the journey's culmination. The veiled figure who has been your constant companion gradually draws closer as the spiral narrows, her parallel path converging with yours. With each turn of the spiral, she appears more substantial, less ethereal, her movements more definitively human, despite the timeless quality she still projects. When she comes near enough for direct communication, she speaks, not with an audible voice that disturbs the desert's profound silence, but with words that form directly in your awareness, clear as thought, yet distinct from your own internal monologue. The spiral neither begins nor ends, she says. It simply continues, each curve both departure and return. What appears as progress is also homecoming. What seems like an outward journey eventually turns inward. This is the nature of true paths. They lead simultaneously away from and toward their source. Before you can formulate a response, she gestures towards something ahead, a point where the spiral appears to reach its tightest curve, its innermost or outermost extremity, depending on one's perspective. There, standing at what might be considered the spiral's center or its culmination, waits a figure unlike any you have encountered thus far on your journey. This is not a statue formed of desert sand, but a being of flesh and something beyond flesh, a presence both physical and metaphysical. Even from a distance, you recognize Leto II, the God Emperor, not as historical depiction, but as living entity. His form is the familiar hybrid of human and worm described in ancient texts, the head, arms, and upper torso still recognizably human, the lower body transformed into the segmented form of a sandworm, ridged and powerful. As you approach, following the final curves of the spiral path, details become clearer. Leto's face retains human features, though altered by centuries of transformation. The skin has a greyish cast, the texture somewhere between human dermal layers and worm segment. His eyes are deep pools of blue, within blue spice-saturated and ancient beyond comprehension. They regard you with recognition, as though this meeting was foreseen and inevitable. When you reach the spiral's innermost turn, you stand face to face with the God Emperor. The distance between you is respectful but intimate, close enough for conversation yet maintaining the separation appropriate between mortal and near deity. The glowing footprints end here, the last one directly beneath your feet, the second to last under Leto's human hand where it rests upon the sand. "You have walked my path," Leto says, his voice resonant yet soft, carrying the weight of millennia without imposing it. Few choose to follow these footprints to their conclusion. Most turn aside when perspective shifts become too disorienting, when the burden of multiple awarenesses grows too heavy. You find yourself able to respond, though whether through words or direct thought transference remains unclear in this liminal place. "I didn't know it was your path I followed," you say. Leto's expression shifts into what might be a smile, though his transformed features make human emotions difficult to interpret. "All paths are mine, and none are mine," he says. "I walk the longest road so that others might find their way. The footprints are mine, yes, but the journey belongs to whoever undertakes it. He gestures toward the spiral extending behind you, its full pattern visible from this central vantage point. Turns within turns, curves within curves, extending outward to the desert's horizon and perhaps beyond. From here, one can see that the spiral continues indefinitely in both directions, he says. What appears to be an endpoint is merely a turning point, a place of transition between inward and outward movement. The path never truly ends, it simply changes direction, changes perspective. The veiled figure who accompanied you along the journey now stands beside Leto, her presence complementing his as though they represent different aspects of the same principle. When she speaks again, her words merge seamlessly with the God Emperor's discourse. The golden path is not a straight line but a spiral, she says. It returns to similar points but never the same point, revisits familiar landscapes but always from new perspectives. This is how humanity survives, not through perfect stasis or reckless abandon, but through cycles of exploration and return, of remembering and forgetting, of scattering and gathering. Leto nods in agreement, his ancient eyes studying you with interest that feels both personal and cosmic, the attention of a being who perceives individuals and entire species simultaneously, who thinks in terms of moments and millennia with equal clarity. You wonder why I have appeared to you, why this journey has been revealed, he says, responding to a question you have not yet articulated, but which has been forming in your mind. I offer no answers, only an invitation to continue walking. He gestures toward the sand beside him, where a new glowing footprint has appeared. The next step in the spiral, though whether it leads inward toward greater concentration or outward toward expanded horizons, remains ambiguous from your current perspective. Each who walks the spiral discovers their own purpose in the walking, Leto continues. Some seek power, others wisdom, some follow out of curiosity, others out of desperation. The path accommodates all motives but transforms them in the walking. What begins as personal ambition may become universal compassion. What starts as mere survival may become transcendent purpose. The veiled figure, who now seems simultaneously stranger and more familiar, as though you are beginning to recognize something of yourself in her presence, moves to stand beside the newly manifested footprint. The invitation is perpetual, she says, the choice momentary but repeating. With each step, you decide again whether to continue, whether to trust the path when it offers new perspectives, whether to accept the transformation of walking through infinite variation without reaching a conventional destination. As if responding to her words, the subterranean drumming changes its rhythm once more, not faster or slower, but deeper, more resonant, as though emerging from greater depths, or perhaps from greater heights, the distinction becoming meaningless in this place of fluid perspective. Leto's expression grows more solemn, his blue within blue eyes somehow deeper, more infinite. What you have experienced as shifts in perspective, seeing through eyes of hawk and wind, of sand grain and star, these are mere glimpses of what awareness can encompass. The spiral path offers opportunity to expand consciousness beyond conventional boundaries, to know through being rather than through observing. He gestures toward his own transformed body, the merger of human and worm that he willingly undertook and endured for millennia. My path required physical transformation to accommodate expanded consciousness. Yours may follow different currents. The shape is less important than the capacity to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, to maintain humanity's essential qualities while transcending its limitations. The God Emperor reaches toward you, not to touch, but to indicate something you had not previously noticed. Your shadow on the sand is not the simple silhouette of your current form, but a complex interplay of multiple outlines, as though several versions of yourself at different stages of development are superimposed upon one another. You are never only who you are in this moment, Leto says. You are also who you have been and who you might become. The spiral path reveals this multiplicity, honors it, utilizes it. Those who cannot embrace their own internal complexity cannot hope to navigate the greater complexities of existence. As you contemplate this insight, a subtle change occurs in the quality of light illuminating this infinite desert. The twin suns overhead, which have remained in the same position throughout your journey, creating the impression of suspended time, begin to shift, one descending toward the horizon while the other climbs higher, adjusting their relative positions for the first time since you entered this realm. This movement of celestial bodies triggers another transformation in the landscape. The monumental sand statues that have been forming and dissolving throughout your journey now appear simultaneously, hundreds, perhaps thousands of figures rising from the desert, creating a vast gallery that extends to the horizon in all directions. Rather than depicting only rulers and emperors, these figures now represent beings from all walks of life. Fremen warriors and water sellers, Bene Gesserit reverend mothers and simple siege dwellers, guild navigators and planetary ecologists, mentats and mystics. All are part of the pattern, Leto says, observing your reaction to this panoramic display. Kings and beggars, warriors and poets, the powerful and the seemingly insignificant. Each contributes essential elements to humanity's journey. The golden path required my solitary burden, yes, but it also requires the distributed awareness of countless individuals making their own choices, walking their own versions of the spiral. The veiled figure beside him adds, some walk in darkness, others in light. Some move quickly, others with deliberate slowness. Some travel great distances, others explore the infinite territory of a single grain of sand. All are necessary, all are valued. As these words settle into your awareness, a new sound emerges beneath the rhythmic drumming that has accompanied your journey. A harmonic tone that seems to resonate from the sand itself, a single note that gradually divides into harmonies, counterpoints, evolving melodies. The statues, those countless sand figures, representing all facets of humanity, begin to sway gently in response to this music, as though participating in some cosmic dance, choreographed by forces beyond ordinary perception. Leto's expression reflects profound satisfaction as he witnesses this symphony of sight and sound. This is what I preserved through my transformation, through my sacrifice, he says. Not stasis, not uniformity, but infinite diversity expressed through harmonious relationship, the capacity for conflict and cooperation, for destruction and creation, for division and unity, all essential aspects of the human experiment, all necessary components of a species that can survive its own evolution. The God Emperor shifts his position slightly, his hybrid form moving with surprising grace despite its bulk and seemingly contradictory components. I have walked the longest road so that humanity might walk all roads, he says. I have restricted freedom so that freedom might ultimately flourish beyond any single being's control. I have embraced contradiction so that others might find integration. He gestures once more to the newly manifested footprint beside him, that next step in the spiral that awaits your choice. I offer no answers, only an invitation to continue walking. To place your foot within this impression is to accept that the journey matters more than the destination, that understanding comes through movement rather than through reaching some final point of perfect knowledge. The veiled figure who has accompanied you throughout this strange pilgrimage now removes her covering, revealing features that shift between various possibilities, sometimes appearing as a young woman with the bearing of a Fremen warrior, other times as a mature individual with the serene countenance of one who has survived tremendous challenges, occasionally as an ancient sage whose eyes reflect wisdom accumulated across many lifetimes. "I am Siona and not Siona," she says, apparently aware of the name that drifted through your mind earlier. "I am what remains when the God Emperor's vision can no longer track humanity's course. I am the blind spot in prescience, the freedom beyond prediction, the choice that changes all possible futures." She steps into the footprint that Leto indicated, her form momentarily glowing with the same blue-gold spice light that illuminates the spiral path. To walk this path is to become invisible to those who would control destiny through perfect foreknowledge. It is to reclaim the essential uncertainty that makes choice meaningful. As she steps back, leaving the footprint empty once more, the surrounding desert begins to shift in subtle ways. The vast gallery of sand statues starts to move, not dissolving, but rearranging themselves, forming new patterns, new relationships. What initially appeared as random distribution reveals itself as an enormous spiral echoing the path you've walked, a macrocolm reflecting the microcolm, the same pattern repeating at vastly different scales. Leto observes this transformation with apparent approval. "As above, so below," he says. "As within, so without." The spiral manifests at every level of existence, from the structure of the smallest cell to the movement of the greatest galaxies. To walk this path is to align yourself with the fundamental pattern of becoming. The God Emperor's form begins to change, segmented portions separating, transforming into what appear to be thousands of tiny sand trout, those precursors to sandworms that would eventually merge to create their massive adult form. These small, flat creatures flow across the sand like living water, creating patterns that mirror both the spiral path and the arrangements of the monumental statues. "I am ending and beginning," Leto's voice continues, though his humanoid portion has now almost completely dissolved into these distributed organisms. Completion and commencement. The final step and the first step. This is the nature of the spiral. What appears to be conclusion opens into new cycles of becoming. The sand trout flow around the glowing footprint that awaits your next step, circumscribing it with their bodies, emphasizing its significance as a point of transition, of decision, of commitment to continued journey. The veiled figure, Siona and not Siona, stands nearby, her appearance continuing to shift between possibilities. "The choice remains yours," she says. "To step forward is to accept transformation without knowing its exact nature. To embrace the spiral is to trust that meaning emerges through movement rather than through arrival at some final destination." The subterranean drumming and the harmonic tones rising from the sand reach a moment of perfect integration. Rhythm and melody, percussion and harmony unified in a composition that seems to express the essence of this infinite desert and the spiral path that winds through it. The twin suns continue their previously impossible movement, one rising higher while the other approaches the horizon, creating new angles of light, new patterns of shadow across the limitless landscape. In this moment of cosmic alignment, of perfect balance between opposing forces, you stand at the threshold of decision. The glowing footprint awaits, offering not conclusion but continuation, not answers but the opportunity to keep asking questions, not resolution but evolution of understanding through direct experience. The god emperor, now fully transformed into countless sand trout that continue to create living patterns across the desert, communicates one final insight. The greatest wisdom lies not in knowing, but in the capacity to perpetually renew beginner's mind. The most profound power comes not from controlling, but from flowing. The truest immortality exists not in endless identical repetition, but in meaningful participation in cycles of transformation. The desert stretches infinitely in all directions. Every dune unique, every grain of sand an individual world containing universes of possibility. The spiral path winds through this infinite variation, sometimes visible as glowing footprints, sometimes disappearing beneath the surface, only to emerge again transformed, sometimes expanding beyond ordinary perception into cosmic dimensions. To step forward is to affirm connection with all who have walked similar spirals throughout time and space. To place your foot within that glowing impression is to join a procession that stretches backward to humanity's beginnings and forward to its unknowable futures. To continue the journey is to embrace the paradox that walking a path created by others is precisely how you create your own unique way through existence. The choice, as always on the spiral path, remains yours to make anew with each moment, each breath, each heartbeat, synchronized with the rhythmic drumming that rises from the depths of this infinite desert. Our journey through the sands of Arrakis comes to a close. Now, you will hear the gentle crackling of fire and ambient sounds to accompany your sleep. These calming sounds will continue without interruption, creating a peaceful atmosphere as you drift deeper into rest. May the waters of your dreams flow freely tonight, and may you find the same peace that comes to those who wander the desert under Arrakis's twin moons. Sleep well, traveler, and may your mind find sanctuary in the stillness of the night. Good night, and dream of spice-scented winds carrying you to peaceful shores.